Hello everyone. I'm just canceled yesterday's stream because I thought I had a job interview. I thought it was gonna be one of those things. Turns out it was an MLM. Yeah, I'm not happy about that. Let's just move on with our lives. Let's just continue. Let's just move on. Let's say Band 6 Vampire ass. Honestly, I think we were done here. Chums, do you have anything to tell me? No, okay. Okay, the Lord Chief Justice, Mel Strongheart does have something to tell me, otherwise we wouldn't be having the black screen and everything. Sorry, I'm so upset. I wasted a day. Like, I already had other stuff to do also, but like, I wasted a day thinking that it was gonna be a thing, and then it's just like I had a chance, and then it's just like a fucking MLM. And it was like a group thing, it was like a group interview, and like, at first it didn't super sound like an MLM, and then as the minutes pass and the guy kept talking to us, it was like, yeah, no, this is definitely an MLM, what the fuck, dude. You live and you learn, I guess. Just... I'm tired, Scoop. 1st of November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. You made good time. I took an express train back to London. I can hear Logan's Strongheart. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. You know, I didn't think it was gonna be him. Sure, okay. Kazuma, what the fuck? Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's... Kazuma-sama. Your timing is impeccable. Is it? It is? That's what I said. No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Long Strongheart. That Lord Van Six could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Six for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. I love that he's doing this, and I know that it's him. I know that he did it, and if he didn't do it, he's the person who, like, sent someone else to do it. So, like, it's funny. It's funny. He's so evil. He's so obviously evil. Oh no, surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and inequitable processes. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow? What is with Ace Attorney and giving you the trial like the day after, or like shit like that? Like, I don't know about you, but like any court proceeding that I ever seen is usually at least a couple of months. It's like, can I get this guy on trial? Yeah, and it's gonna take you like 6 months. Just, they do it so fast here. I'm almost jealous. Even though it's bullshit also, because you have people like One Karma and Mel Strongheart, who are so very obviously evil. I'm sorry, I'm sleepy somehow. Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma, hi. Oakwet? Ah, but of course you're already acquainted, aren't you? Are you implying that all Japanese people know each other? Is that what you're saying? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. Let me see if I get this straight. Let me see if I understand. You put my boyfriend, who was studying to become a lawyer, in the position of the prosecutor. Why? Like, I guess that's the question. Is it because you know I'm taking Van Sick's case? Is it because whatever it is you have over him relating to his dad, you know, doing a couple murders, even though I don't think his dad did it, because Mel Strongheart clearly is the kind of guy who would use some Japanese exchange student as a scapegoat. Like, what's your angle, Strongheart? Is what I'm asking. What's your angle? Wait, what? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely as it unfolds. Look, Strongheart, television hasn't been invented yet. I don't know how to tell you this. People all over the Empire will not be watching because there's no television. And I doubt you're gonna make a radio show out of this. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. Public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Six firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. Certainly true. Or it has been, at least until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Bro, you just want to get away with it. Mom! Mel Strongheart is trying to get away with it again. He's trying to do it again. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow. That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Long Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners can pick and choose their roles. He has a point about that. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. Devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. No doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other high-skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Maybe. Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. Yeah, same. But then again, Mel Strongheart. he probably sees how this is useful to him. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. A little too exceptional, even. You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of the region's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as a judiciary close in ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Inosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, supposed to take that as a command? I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh, yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Six? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, he wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up whom I know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. I love how she's like, just be direct, bro. like he's never been direct ever in his life. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson has his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Six? He claims he's currently not in his possession. Well, that's a problem. But admittedly, it could be from another member of the law. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same time as the defendant's is not proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Six. Oh, man. Hey, boyfriend, do you wanna talk? I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. It's been like a year, and I can only assume that you had pretty fucked up brain damage from that. Are you sure you're okay? Like, are you having trembles? Like, do your heart trembles? Do you usually like fall? Are you sure your mental faculties are 100%? Again, it's just like amnesia for that long, it would imply some level of brain damage. I just want to make sure, Han. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. It's past a year. I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, that's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? Well, what do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Why you like this? It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Long Strong Heart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Don't hold it, me! Before you go, Renosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? Are we getting a little hug, little kiss? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You were always intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as a defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord 1-6 would never put his face in my hands. He's kind of a bitch like that. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. That's Lord 1-6 and Inspector Gregson. Oh, he's so young and full of zest for life. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Well, thanks. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Renosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? He's trying to help. Anyway, bye, boyfriend. Bye, obviously evil. Lord Chief Justice Mel Strongheart. It was nice seeing you both. I hope one of you dies, and when I say one of you, what I mean Strongheart. I mean Strongheart is the one that needs to die. Like, Strongheart. If you could die, that would be super cool. 1st of November, local prison, cell 1. Lord 1-6 is still reading that letter. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. Maybe he's rereading it. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I see that that's gonna be impossible. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Japanese. Oh, sorry? I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Oh. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? I find it funny that he asked like he doesn't know the answer. Like, Renosuke, you know what the answer to that is. How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Long Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi? Yeah, that made the color drain from his face. Ah, well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Yay! 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court? I still don't understand why Long Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. It's not like it was gonna matter. But would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to someone like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my vein. A vein that is unique for niece. Stop being racist when I'm trying to help you. Right, your hatred of all of Japanese. We get it. Can you, like, not be like that? Like, can you not be racist when I'm trying to help you? I'd only just been appointed as prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. You know, I'm morbidly curious what the timeline of events was like. Because it definitely wasn't like Kazuma's dad. I know that it's not, because it makes no sense for him to do it. It would make more sense for it to be Strongheart, because he's obviously evil like that. So somebody else had to be the killer. Either Strongheart did it, or more likely he put someone else up to the job. But the question here is that, how long were when did those murders started? Like, did they start, right as Asogi came into the country? Did they start, halfway through the time that, those 6 years that they were here studying with, obviously evil Joja and Jujin? What's the timeline of events? Because if it's just at the beginning, that makes no sense. If it's in the middle of it, then maybe. If it's at the end, also maybe, but I don't know. The timeline of events is something that I would need to see, because otherwise I cannot imagine people just assuming that it's this guy just because he maybe killed one singular guy. Because yeah, maybe he killed Clint. I could believe he killed one person. But the idea that he would be the serial killer is a little too much. It would make more sense for him to just be a scapegoat. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It would not ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the Frostceptor case inquiry, Lord Mel Strongheart. Okay, yeah, absolutely, this was a setup. I don't even think the guy killed Clint at this point. Yeah, no. This is 100% Strongheart's to it. He might have had more than one accomplice, definitely. But Yeah. Wait, what? Sorry, I thought it was Sato for a second. What? Long Strongheart. He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish a trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Yeah, that's sus. And by sus, I mean not a bad idea. Like, I can only assume that Strongheart's intentions was to get 1/6 indebted to him in this situation. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. There it is. Like, there it is. That's exactly what I said. I'm sure he must have seen your seal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? Out of all things, as a lawyer. How is this my fault? I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. You're kind of a racist prick, and that's saying a lot because London is full of racist pricks. Like, I've dealt with so many of them. Your obviously loathing of us Japanese, which is impressive, again, considering how much all of the other people in London that I met have been so fucking racist, and that bitch from the first case was so fucking racist also. In her own land, for the record. Like, she wasn't just racist in her own country toward other people. She went to a completely different country to be racist towards the people in that country. It's like, bro, you're on vacation. You're not supposed to do that. At the very least, keep the racism to a minimum where you're going to another country. Jesus Christ. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred has festered inside me. I could no longer control it. And I can understand why now I know the history. Renosuke, you don't have to give it to him. Like, you don't. You don't. Like, precisely because he recognizes that it's irrational, he should recognize that he has no reason to be a dick to me. If he wants to be a dick about Genshin Asodi specifically, or even Kazuma, because he's the son of the man, that would be one thing. But he's been a dick to every single Asian person, specifically Japanese person we've seen so far. Ergo, how about you go fuck yourself? Do some therapy. Read some theory. Stop being a racist fucked up piece of shit. Fucked up piece of shit. Just stop being racist. Like, would it kill you to stop being racist? It probably would kill him. He's from London. The English are known to die if they cannot be racist in any way. Or some other kind of, you know. They have to look down on some minority, on someone else. If it's not like a person with a different race than them, it has to be something else. Like, they die if they don't get to feel superior to other people, the English. They just feel different. And by different, I mean wrong. What is wrong with them? Well, a lot of things, actually. But in the same way that I've learned the Japanese to be the vein of my life. To Kazuma Sogi, I am the vein of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in the court tomorrow. Nah. Gregson's transfer to the Paris police affection had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. But also, it's very good for France. It's full of French, but they do not deserve that. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. The French! They don't particularly like us, and we do not particularly like them. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. Probably had to learn French. Probably had to eat a baguette in under a minute. The entire baguette? The entire baguette! It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago. Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a secretion of the body at the time and rarely performed. My brother was, of course, a novel. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Greg had developed in his investigations made him determine it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. Yeah, but then you remember that Gregson was definitely wrong. Like, he was definitely robbed with Mel Strongheart at the end of the first game. And then you remember Dr. Scythe, and then you make the connection, and it's like, was she the coroner for that trial? Because if she was, God forbid, I'm 100% sure that that body was not, like, that autopsy was not correct. So you must have had a great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. I don't have confidence in anyone. Oh. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. That's a little, what really went on between Lord Van Six and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of the relationship? Don't make it sound gay. I don't think Gregson was into that. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene? Ah yes, that's not mine. Really, because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. Did you lose it then? I don't know. Oh. I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stored it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. So you never... Okay, you're... He's so stupid. You have something in common with Lord Van Six, after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No! This has nothing to do with me! Don't drag me into it! Don't make the mistake of associating me with these Nipponese! Dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it? There's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Well, I guess I can present the photograph. Lord Van Six, we came by this old photograph. Where do you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assume it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. I can see the resemblance. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect! That's nonsense. No, we had someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time where things like things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the Stone Cold Reaper of the Bailey. Now, are you gonna let me defend you, or are you gonna like keep pulling like an Edward? What the fuck? Oh my god, he's using my name. Oh boy, he's using my name. The man has officially used my name. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. I'm starting to think there's a conspiracy going on. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Six? From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I really wish I could. He's a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way, who he also idolized for the record. Like, there was like 2 seconds of idolizing there before, you know, the stabbing. Metaphorical. I don't know if Clint got stabbed. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Look at this photograph? Again, maybe? Does that help? Back when I was able to laugh, I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I look to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. I'm almost sorry I gave you this accent. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor, and you are slightly less racist now, so I'll take you seriously. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. Well, that's cool. For Lord Van Six, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Sorry, I can't help it. It is so funny to me. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. Protecting my new racist friend. Fighting my old friend slash boyfriend to protect my new racist friend. That's a thing. That's a thing that's happening. Well, back in the Old Bailey. 2nd of November, 8:56 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defenders Antechamber. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. We love racist people. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. Yonosuke! A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. We're not having a jury? We're going pants off? We're just gonna roll on it? With no jury? Bro! What? A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A close court. Good morning, my dear fellows! Mr. Sholmes! Have you made a note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. I liked it more when it was blue. Like, I liked it more when it was blue. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ah, what to one man is a little hair problem is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Ripper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I view, I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. I don't think he takes that as a compliment. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point in which I would rarely commend you. But an honor, and that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes! After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own! I'm going to kill this man. I'm gonna grab him and I'm gonna chuck him, I don't know, like he's getting chucked out of a window. Like, full grab, break window with his body, getting thrown out of a window. There's a window right there, I can do it. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Ripper. The long kind. The kind that has like 5 parts. Sorry to barge in. Oh, it's you too. Not a combo that I was expecting. I'm not surprised about Gina, but what the fuck is worst dad of the year award 1900s doing here? Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. Hey, that's me. My notes. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Oh, don't worry. People don't go sightseeing cherries, they go sightseeing cherry blossoms. You know what I mean? You don't need fruits, you just need the flower. Yeah? Oh, yes, Gina. I agreed to this, eh? Why you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone say you are him what kill the boss. I'm sorry, Gina. But I just don't believe that. Well, if I were him, who was it? I don't know that. Yet. I don't care who calls him what, the Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turned out it was him who killed the boss, then go help him. Yes, indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your bloating. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Soda. And whoever did this, for the boss. Oh, don't worry, I'll get them. Like, I'm pretty sure it's Strongheart. Well, here's the deal. I don't think Strongheart did it in the literal sense. Like, he wasn't the guy who shot Gregson. I don't think that's the case. My nose is really itchy. But I do think he's the person behind the entire plan. Like, he's the mastermind. He's the person behind all of the things that have been going on. So did he kill Gregson? Not literally, but yes. Not in the most literal sense of the phrase. But yeah, he's definitely the person responsible. I think so. Oh, Gina. I have a feeling it's usable, there's nothing I can do. So you gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay. Those over the defense and the defendant. God will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please, for your legally demanded working the balls, you know, before the trial. Alright then, here we go, getting our balls worked. This time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Six. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Why are you here? You're not important. You haven't done anything in this case. Like, Sholmes has not done anything for us this entire case. Like, none at all. He's been completely useless. Just saying. 2nd of November, 9:20 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. No, this is quiet. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Varrock Van Six. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels... But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. But like, see, the problem here is that this is not about the Reaper. Like, this is about whether or not Van Six killed Gregson. So bringing this entire, bringing the Reaper thing, like, it has to be, like, Strongheart's plan. Like, he wants Van Six out of the way, is what I think. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder, which makes no fucking sense. But okay. The truth revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? The burden of arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, juror's bench shall remain vacant today. If no members of the public are present, may I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma? Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on November 1st at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno streets on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's gravest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. Yeah, which I'm pretty sure it, like, they fucked up. They fucked that case on purpose. Like, they had to have done so. Like, the only thing that I can think of, if he's the one who insisted on an autopsy, is because Scythe was working with them. And, like, she was involved in the professor's autopsy at the end. So she was definitely the coroner for the professor's trial. I'm 100% sure. So she just made a fake report. Like, Strongheart just told her to fake the autopsy. And that's it. She didn't need to do more. With that, they had a complete case. I can only assume. Are you sure about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. Okay. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord, not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. We're not trying to use a gun as evidence when its provenance can be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabra mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off with a projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Thank you. Is this Redmond Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Huge Boone. Or Huge Bone, if you want. But there is precious little furniture inside. It is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. I need to hydrate. So the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, Counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Six? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Baruch Van Six, O'Vailey Prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Six, that you have Prosecutor Asogi's opening premises. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away, namely why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Six, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been readying it. Your formal testimony then, witness? Boy. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. The testimony was the whole truth. It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. Moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't a word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Let's see what 1-6 has to do. Like, I think I have to assume if he didn't see Gregson, if he didn't see anything, I have to assume that what happened is that Gregson has been dead for a while, at least a couple of hours. Van Six comes in because, like, he was investigating Gregson. There has to be like a recorder or something. Like it's there's a recording or something of like, oh, excuse me, of like the sound of the gunshot. He turns around, he finds the gun, and then he, sees the entire thing.
Hold it!
Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me if Van Six didn't do it. You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. It is a card to understand then that on the day in question you follow the victim to the scene. No, I was privy to his movements in advance. I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 a.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you, is that not the case, Lord 1-6? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man? He's not being helpful, that's for sure.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only have just gone down. It would still have been reasonable light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed it if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhara. There is a small desk in the room just there. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Aha, then it could be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room. No, that's out of the question. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you notice the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them have set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard a gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first one to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man screamed drew my attention in that direction. It was, yeah, okay.
Hold it!
It was only then that you saw the body. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body did the body appear? I honestly can't explain, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Do you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the expect of us kill, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Why are you objecting to the testimony? Surely the court has heard enough. Maybe? My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed the accused, Baruch Van Six, is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. That's proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yeah, but like, again, my brother in Christ, they could have been not on those candles. Yes, I can see that only one candle that appears to have I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because the particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Ah! That's right, when the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. Yeah, but only if that was like, that is only applicable if all candles will, you know, turn on, like they were lit. There's no way to know if they were lit or not by the time Van 6 entered the room. And the accused claimed that he couldn't see the body. The accuser's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now to the next slide. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they include a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. There's a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. Indeed, what is this common thread, Counsel? They're all related to cases prosecuted in court by Baron Van 6. All of them? And furthermore, those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord! Okay, but like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, that doesn't prove, like, it could be any, like... Look, my dude, if you walk into the bedroom of a girl obsessed with Brad Pitt and you just find a bunch of Brad Pitt posters with terrible taste, but like... It's like, clearly Brad Pitt has been here. No, you don't know that! How would you assume? God, he's so stupid. I'm assuming that he's doing it on purpose, but still. Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel! Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. Well, what? Order, order, order! Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Baron Van 6 is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Asom has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable. Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. Okay, let me check that board before we continue. Aha! Always check behind. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look. Oh yes, it is a munch of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Okay. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here and there. The paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look. Out of interest, the most recent appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same red-headed league advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. And you remember there was a red hairpiece at the scene, too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the red-headed league, then? Huh. And speaking of, let me check the autopsy report. Ah, Maria Gori. Or Maria Gori, I guess. Victim, Tobias Gregson, age 45, nationality British, time of death is empty. Interesting. Just empty. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks of point of entry, the bullet exits the body from behind. Additional observations: the caliber of the gun used matches that of the standard issued firearms for members of the judiciary. So, arguably could be any member of the judiciary. But what I'm interested in here, and is the thing that gets me, because it's what I've been saying this entire time, is the time of death. There's no time of death. We know at which time, like, we know about around the time that Band 6 was there. We don't know when the body died. Like, we don't have a time of death for the body. That means that the body could have been there hours before Band 6 came in. Which is, you know, my point. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, you remember? Yes, the street seller who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well. Lead the witnesses in. Defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. Oh, you're the guy who used to, you know, work that taxi cab, that taxi carriage. Huh. I guess he lost his job. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Nah, we don't use names, not too fancy for the last of us. Just free and easy, say what we like, live where we want to live. I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into the verse for them. Ah, would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know? Jaunty little tidbits? An absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up the original it is. 6 pence is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Ah, come on, sir, don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel. Alright, 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, son. I've got your listening ears on. I'm just looking at his neck. Like, that is such a noticeable red mark around his neck. Like, either he's really, really bad with makeup, or he's been strangled, or he has tried to commit suicide. Like, because it's a burn around the neck. It has to have been like a strangulation kind of damage. Or again, makeup. It could be makeup. It's very noticeable. So I kinda have to assume that he tried to hang himself or something. Just between us, a young couple at Slade Street have just had twins. Is that it? Nah, that's not it. It's gossip, ain't it? It wants to spread, but that's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more you know and another juicy one. 6 cents a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that usual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Yeah, see, even the game is pointing it out. And yeah, so it is the man with the twisted lip. I think it was called, I think the story was called. What about the next business then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me, I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop. What you say? You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I'll tell them, if they get 100, they could blow up the school. Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. How do you say that, eh? Wanna part with 6 cents for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow the whole car room. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman, counsel. Alright, I'll buy one. What? You want me to blow up the courtroom? Lovely stuff, right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special. Only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. Okay, so the gunshot was actually a firecracker. We already figured that out. Oh god, sorry. I don't know what's gotten onto me today. The usual dying, I suppose. And the last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell? I think all sorts of thoughts. I think therefore I am therefore I think. Because I stand there in the streets watching the world go about me. They call me the observation. Get out of here, man. Everyone calls you sandwich and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything? Problem share is a problem have, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please! Can't believe everybody wasted me 12 pieces. Six pieces, I guess. 6 pieces. I don't know what the fuck the British used at that time, and I don't like it. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno streets from morning until night, my lord, and always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see. Thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime. Well, I'll be back, I thought, just between us. Venus and Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is, if what we see is light and shadow play with our eyes, he said you'll be real. Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these 3 witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. It's that whole thing from start to finish with it. Everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Quick to talk is quick to walk, as you couldn't wait to go and see what happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death, so I ran off to find a copper. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Warren 16. I have seen pieces of the Reaper in the paper, I know what he looks like. And just between us, fuck love stories like this, I've made myself a daily soon already. But wait, the room is just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Cause the others small, damn dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? Is Huge Bone. Or Huge Bone, I guess. Huge Bone is funnier though. The testimony the court has decided would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No! Thank you for your candor, my lord. I'm gonna fucking kill your boyfriend. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony somehow. Somehow. Okay. When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord 16? I suppose so, the likes of us are not able the high and mighty. I'll tell you one thing, it was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other? No. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we had a gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before, are you sure about that? Am I sure? As it seems like that, I have forgotten the fella with red hair like that, that's it? Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Red than my flaming fireworks even. That very red mopsy burn on the inside of my eyelids. Wait a minute, you're saying the man was a redhead? And you're listening, chum, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson Harrison red, not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Let's have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, alright? And a red hairpiece. Ah. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then, why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please counsel. Okay. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene, so it just disappeared. Wow, you said us to have you watching the building every second, knew you? We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though, no question about that. Okay.
Hold it!
Okay. So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? I was. I kicked the door open like a professional and then yelled out, "What's going on here?" Lord Van Six claims out he heard was a man's scream, though. And was it dark inside the room? No, no dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, the first thing I noticed when I go inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Six claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall, another thing I know there was someone standing right there beside the body. The accused, Warren Van Six. Alright, a perfect Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no Lily Liver coward. I stood my ground and gave the Reaper a cold hard stare myself. That sounds fake, but okay.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to tell me, delightful little man? Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? I could go for a sandwich. There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just two slices in the middle. I know you could go on with me. Well, you clearly had an opinion, bro. I think that maybe you just remember something, having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, if he felt clean over on his backside, that's it. Ah, you rotten man, I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. He screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was there slippery, that why? I planted my hands in a filthy pool of blood, ain't I? Yuck. What? A pool of blood? Police are here. Even when I was sprawling on the floor, I still kept giving the Reaper a cold hard stare, and don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did. Happens to the best of us at the time, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I sleep over. We can't keep it just between us, can we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. Well, you know, we have an object with a bloody handprint on the side. So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else are you expecting to have done, eh? Does it really matter? The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene, unless you didn't, you know, check the actual... Like, that's evidence that you presented. You presented evidence yourself, and you didn't check it. You're an idiot. You're giving the trial to me, and that might be on purpose, but still. Did I read the last line? I didn't. I'm stupid. It was a handprint in blood left very clear. No, wait, I did read that. Anyway, on the back of this notice board. Yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. You're there, right, that's my hand. I didn't know it anyway. What, actual hero? What? The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Not if the board itself has fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Excuse me, I had a sneeze. And then I hit my mic. It's one of those days. It really is one of those days. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. Unless. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by, well, just the board moving. Like, you can just move the thing, it has wheels. Or even if it... wait, does it have wheels? I have the feeling that it has wheels. But if it doesn't, like... no, it doesn't have wheels. I'm stupid. I'm super stupid. Like, still, this doesn't look heavy enough that you couldn't, like, carry it. It doesn't look like it's, like, really heavy wood. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself. Note where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. But what does that tell us? It tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet. But the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've had so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Well, if he was so close to the body, it has to be in this area around here. Like, it couldn't be that close to the body, and from the way that the door opens, it would make the most sense that it was, like, against the door here.
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. Yeah. Is what makes the most sense. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room it was dark and he couldn't see the body. Heck! If the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view. And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
The accused also claimed that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or in his precise words. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't. The door struck to the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Order, order. Counsel, has this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? Me, my lord. You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. Witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me, I got a message. Well, I don't know anything about the notice board. I just wipe my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, just a sign at the crossroads of life. He was a reaper away. He got a face that screamed bored. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we had a gunshot. Yeah, that's the main issue. We don't know. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. If you don't pay to expect, you don't pay to expect too much. It is my endless quest for knowledge that destroyed the world. That's what I think. Do you really? Mayhaps? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot ran out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed the crime is Baruch Van Six. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Very well, then you may proceed, counsel. Ma'am, you haven't said much before. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little sons have a plan to love the school to Kingdom Come. So I've been telling on them, letting the teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks of them. And then, praise the Lord again, The kids have come back to buy me more, to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. Cause, and sometimes the teacher give me a little bonus to thank me for letting him know. It doubles your life selling explosives. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Well, telling barefaced lies is a kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Excuse me.
Do you have anything to say, Sandwich? Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Could that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say that it was a great liar. And the great liar said without waiting to deny. Telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Will those words of hers be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are ya? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and send him off. That'll give you something to tremble about. You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Oh, that man, he headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. There was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. I wrote the lie over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mention it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief! Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose, perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah. Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony and reflect the truth. Ah, yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? You touch anything at the scene? How old are you anyway? Just out of curiosity. Oh, it doesn't say. God damn it.
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I'll look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once over, but it was nothing to write out about.
Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose changes that I had.
The truth, please.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something we're having underneath it. So I blasted the flipping thing. Sorry, flip the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move the board.
I think that did slip out in it.
Why you not Barbot? I don't believe it. That guy doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken perhaps to sell?
Oh, please, I should be so lucky.
The truth now!
I might have found this old pocket watch on the notice board, I suppose. But a video junk like this can be worth much. Ah! So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it!
Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case of 10 years ago.
The professor cases it out.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
I see.
I swept it off in once and blimey was he upset. He had me a rifle. Say he hasn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch there.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then.
It's not all that though. I took it to Javez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the dealer wouldn't touch it. Couldn't give me a penny for it, said it wasn't working. Knocked about and wordless he called it. I knew I should have lifted.
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Ah, please. Just as long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll wipe it off your if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good lord. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot.
He doesn't think anymore either. Which is why Javas didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Unless... well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. At last. No, at least. Well, also at last, technically. Just let me examine this shit. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here, can you see?
Yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism.
It looks a little unusual, don't you think?
Yes, you'd need just the right key to wind it, I imagine.
Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole.
It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found.
That upper part there. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here, look.
I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time.
In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it?
Yes, of course.
Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. You know, I'm surprised they didn't notice, considering we checked this thing. Okay, we've seen this before. Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch?
Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose.
I knew it. I knew it. A perfect fit.
And look, the Inspector watch has started moving again.
Ah, so it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mr. Sato?
Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications.
GCP thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. I mean, it just means that he didn't want it. So, you know.
And as predicted, it had very little varied on the case.
Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Hey, no, this will fell over, maybe he didn't. Maybe I fell over, maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is here either way, because that gunshot we all had. So your fate is sealed too. My fate? That's right, the defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of the story,
It may be possible to change all our fates.
of course none of that changes the fact that I had what I had, does it? Not much to go on.
As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it.
But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right and it's not relevant to the case.
He seems to have been deliberately positioned as to hide the body from view. But I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this.
Yes, I know what you mean.
I've no doubt that there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it, so follow your instincts.
Alright then. Maybe. Maybe.
Objection!
Because we can't be sure, like, we can't be sure that, that it was at 5 if this thing is not, you know, wounded. Actually, now that I think about it, speaking of evidence, I never checked some of the new stuff. Let's see. Full of blood, he's wearing that silly thing. Is there anything else of notice? Wait, is he holding something or no? I think that's just the boards. Yeah, no, it doesn't appear to be anything there. And the firecrackers.
Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the core room. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like... Yeah, it sounds exactly like a gunshot. Okay. Like I said, we have an explanation for the gunshot. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. Key? And having won the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Order, but counsel. Watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we had that gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it went down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection.
Even if that's true, the three witnesses here all had a gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when the crime was committed. No.
Objection.
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come out of the pub. Say he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing and winding it. It meant the world to him that watched it. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. If that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, aye. Oh, well, how do you expect that? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean. What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Well, kind of called it. Order! Counsel, that is a most extraordinary claim. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd! You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well... on that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. Ah, that's right! Hey, man, you forgot that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in the dirty grey puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. It catches on fire, doesn't it? But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? You can buy it at a butcher's. Like, you can get blood at a butcher's. So yeah, actually, if you have a butcher nearby.
Also, what's with Len Fren? Who do you think you are, Van Six?
Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
See?
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realm of possibility that what these witnesses had wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? I don't know what we had. What we had was, and it was a. I don't know what we had. It was a lung that came from that there room. Listen to me, as it's his livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Explain yourself then, counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with there we go. The Venus Special.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
No, Mina, and you saying I did it. My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see?
Not 100 of them together.
The Venus Special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or firecracker, the only person present to cause that bag was Baron on 6. One whiff of a match and my heart crackers go pop. See? It's why people like them.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called, a time bomb.
Good heavens, a bomb!
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait! It's the whenever you like part that's important. A time device. Yes, exactly. A time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. I can't read it. What proof do you have to suggest that in any way that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
Good question. Not that. Wait, but if it's something that has fire, maybe.
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Oh, right, that's what the thing was. Now it makes sense.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible, why? Because of the scorching?
And also we would have found the bullet if that was the case. We never found the bullet. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are. Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was, but as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at a very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching of the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. Yeah. The fact that there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point far way down the candle after the killer had left the scene. And the candle slowly burned down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. I know, right? Kind of like a big plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than when we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now, hire all your horses. I was here, saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored head even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig, so the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else, do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Renosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, they're English, so of course. Order, 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 Prosecutor Asogi. What on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard, even within the yard. However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes he can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? Well, by the red hair, I'm going to assume it's a Red-Headed League article because it's the Red-Headed League, you know?
Take that!
Then we're going to the Red-Headed League. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. Unless... it would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. Yeah, the Red-Headed League. So, you'd already worked it out. I don't know what this is all about. Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? Really? An extraordinary league of gentlemen joke? Alan Moore, you'll always be famous. Sadly, he does regret some stuff from Watchmen. I've seen how some people took stuff that he wrote in Watchmen. Comic book industry. It's a thing. Can you believe that some people think that Rorschach is someone to be imitated? It's weird. The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. Deception of what nature, Council? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for this misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads! Yeah, the 2 redheads. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Osogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Good, I need to go get my coffee. So, like, in a second, I'll go get my coffee.
Second of November, 12:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
Ah, there you are, Hodo. Yeah, there I am, except not really, because I'm gonna go get myself some coffee. Sorry, Gina. Anyway, I'll be right back after I get my coffee, and then, we'll see what the fuck goes on. Clearly we're going somewhere. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. And my coffee is too hot because it's too hot today. It's terrible. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Tina?
Isha, what were you saying there? No, it was, actually that day before. It's really hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. Don't lie to me. I just had to move the mic a little bit. Like, don't lie to me, Sholmes. I know that you knew. I know that you already know who done did it. I know because I know you. I know what you do. You lie to me, and then you tell me things, and you don't tell me all of the things, and you lie to me. You lie to me all the time. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was deliberate omission.
Oh dear. If it was deliberate. It puts me in mind of the last case we worked on Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems on the day before Lord Van Six discovered the body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No! Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued in slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masks the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, sus! And it was me who dug them in. Thanks to the tip of by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare center of our weekly £4 income. And time with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Six for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Six, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What is he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder. I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Miss Sato? Yes. Second of November, 1 PM, the Old Bailey courtroom. The Old Bailey courtroom. The courtroom of the Old Bailey. I mean, they probably have more than one courtroom, to be fair. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baron Van Six, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Sogi, my lord, have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long after the local prison police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom and whack their balls, as is customary. A French and an Italian. A French and an Italian walk into a bar. I don't know how that joke would continue, to be fair. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names for the court. I am Fabienne de Rousseau. A descendant of the great the Rousseau family from Nice and France. My name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the known as from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at boarding school for European nobility. So they graduate from this mix as the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how varying it is for to be born with noble blood? Alas! Tout à l'heure, Shadi. I'm making my mission to get Savannah of Sawar by employing the little gray cells of my brain. That's all I am trying to do.
So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out?
Oui. You could say that. That. No, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. The strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. Si, capo. Listen to me, Peppino. I have things to say to you. Che, are you about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes? Viva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me Capo. That's for the mafia. Secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Que bello! There it is, the Capo's trump card. The furrowed brow.
I forget. In Italian is che, in Spanish is che. Great mistake. I say as a person who took like 10 years of Italian. I just haven't used it in... Well, I took 10 years of it and I haven't used it in more than 10 years. So, imagine.
It is deep, Capo, the furrow, and the meaning of your words?
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public who happen to have a red hair. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça. C'est ça?
I never know how to pronounce that. I would apologize to the French, but your language is silly and I don't respect it. I respect it more than I respect English. Like, I respect French more than I respect the English language, but it's not that hard to make me respect anything more than the English language, to be fair. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Alors, I will explain it. No, Capo, leave it up to me. As you see, we would have the baby red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Those ducks, one day so well with respect to that heads.
Sorry, I had to sneeze again.
Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and...
I had to sneeze again.
As bien, Peppino, enough, I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Yes, we saw the notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled to the Red-Headed League.
Oui, says... How do you pronounce that?
You know what? I'm just gonna give me a second. At this point, I'm embarrassing myself. I know. How's to pronounce schedule? Like I'm googling, and one of the how to pronounce with, how to pronounce thought, how to pronounce schedule. To be fair, schedule, horrible word in English. So it is a sa sound. It's like say sa. Except, no, I wouldn't say sa, like Shesa? No, that's a little too much on the ses sound part of the equation. I'm so sorry that I'm doing this. It just like yeah, so it is a sa. Okay. So less on the ses sound. Like I guess I'm reading it more like if it was Italian. Why are the French like this? Again, they're not the English, but still. Horrible pronunciation in that language. Who thought that was a good idea?
I am honored that you have seen it.
It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame color hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gather in droves at the park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings.
And with some money to France! It was a plan was elegant, no?
No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrow.
And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day.
I have seen most red-headed people in one day, and I will see in the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today?
Sorry?
The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told.
Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court. It kills me that... So... Rousseau is not close to the word for red, but I'm pretty sure that that's like the... Like, Rossi is in fact... like red in Italian. So like... The joke is Mr. Red and Mr. Red. Like they're both named. They're both red. Though again, it's not in French. Like Rousseau is an actual last name. But Rosé is pink and Rouge is red, so it works. Like because the pronunciation is there. So. On the subject of the gentleman picture in this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law.
That's a lie. He knows that's a lie. I can't believe we have another set of Mario brothers. Like, we had them in the first game with the Skulking brothers, and now with these guys. Although, I'm gonna be honest, I do find the Skulking brothers a lot more funny.
We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall a man in this photograph. A couple? None. I don't remember him. Obviously he is dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Allora, this victim is nothing to do with us.
He even does a little jump, like a little Mario jump.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
You've been given sworn testimony that this man in the photographs was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui, I am quite certain we did not interview this man. Nobody looking at this came to the park, at least I can promise.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Afa, with this attitude, we get out nowhere, huh?
He's really sulking now.
It's a me, Peppino.
This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated in the day before the incident. It reads Lime Street Red-Headed League undercover.
Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Yes, my lord. Oh boy.
Hold it!
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can actually remember every single face. Why are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally the redhead is very distinctive, eh? But now when you have one of those redheads crowding around, then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we would recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him.
Asuma said these two had only been shown that photograph and they've been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his fish and chips. Well, I could go for that shit, but I feel his profession would be enough. Like, you would probably figure out if it was a detective. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember it in this situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective?
The man in the photograph, a detective.
Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito.
Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Yes?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say? Something to add, Mr. De Rossi?
Yeah, see, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, do you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
What did I just say? About the detective?
Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already.
But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard.
What? Good lord.
He's so tiny.
Ah, man. Now I miss the Skulking Brothers. I miss the Skulking Brothers.
They were so silly.
Order, order, order. Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park. God damn it. Let me just. Who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. Madai, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten I
I've forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this game to the park.
Basta, capo, basta. You bet me at many things, but not two, the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat at the pasta, no one is at a pasta. I make at the pizza. I send the car into space.
Oh, I miss you, Italian Elon Musk. He was so silly.
But you are inferior to me in every way, so shut up.
Objection!
Both of you?
Ugh. Stop that. The damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever, then.
Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had an identification.
Identification? You mean official police inspector identification? That wasn't convincing. Sorry, my lord. Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
Clearly the papers were fake. Certo, capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, right?
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective?
It became very annoying. He said you are under investigation. So I took his paper for him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico, and look, here is the identification.
So you stole it from the man.
He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. Okay. I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them.
Okay. Now, let us return to the witness's testimony. I'm going to assume, so let me check. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it?
Out of interest, what name is given?
Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what?
The Scotland Yard insignia. Looks genuine to me.
But how?
And the department identification number details are all correct as well.
Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say?
I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard.
That's unbelievable. Is it the real thing after all? Well, even if it was fake, it would say something. Like that's the thing. Even if it was like fake, it would say something that it is like, you know, based on Gregson's with his ID and his name on it and everything.
Objection!
Like that would be a problem anyway. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
That is the boss's, no question about it.
It can't be! As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation.
So I lost.
Order.
Well, if they will have his identification stolen, he will have reported it straight away. I mean, he has also not knew about it. If you lose someone, report it at once, he said.
Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically? What are you saying?
Unable to... You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No. Yeah. It makes no sense. Order. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I know nothing, I don't know nothing,
Pull yourself together, Peppino. Man, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than Sadno.
Now I wish I had a return to Italia.
Well, I mean... Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise,
Loom, stop your whining and stop talking.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story.
I know nothing, I don't know nothing,
You will tell everything or face the worst possible outcome. French crying. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud! Yeah. Do you have to cry while we do this?
The 2 days we took him prisoner, I gave him for the night at the secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to us. There may have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. Wah!
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man.
But no, it was not like a like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Ay, capo. It was never part of my plan, I swear it. Uffa, so you think it was my fault, eh? It's because I got the date of the ferry wrong by one little a day.
The ferry?
I do not think that it was your fault, Peppino, I know it. No, por favor, capo, it's not affair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen.
Oof, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Unless... Unless...
Hold it!
This is what is interesting here. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
Buff, it was nothing, just a minor incident. The falso inspector, he was a real piece of the work, I capo.
What happened?
Ufa, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, In the middle of the night, he tries to escape out through the ventilatore.
Can you blame him?
We chased him then, sir. We caught him again. Can you blame us?
Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
Sir, who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply called him, I simply called him again and took him back to the room. There were really nothing more to it than that.
Except...
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say, honey? Mr. De Rossi, something wrong.
Me?
Yes. Something Mr. De Rossi just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual.
What was that all about? Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal experience here.
Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the red-handed league plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, I capo.
Bruises, you say?
You wanna see, huh? You wanna see my fantastico bruises?
That's enough, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. Damn.
What to do, huh? I show you, or I don't. I show you, or I don't.
You do, now!
Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Echo, you see, it's still very visible,
Dad, that red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See, the capo, sometimes he's very rough.
I said that's enough.
Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we were talking about here. You have my word.
Yes, what is your opinion, counsel? About this red ring around Mr. De Rossi's neck. I wonder, does it matter? It's important. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck.
Capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi.
See, if you really want to know. Want that to know.
The collar. Well, about that, Gregson does not have those marks, actually.
Objection!
So, I believe we're dealing with, an impostor Amogus. So, the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was nothing like that. It was hardly a prison, it was an invitation to stay. It was homely.
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. Yep, clean neck. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck.
But that makes no sense. It was me who took the color of the man in the morning. I cooked the pizza. And I saw the red bruises on his neck just like I have.
Even though the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi. Indeed. That is most peculiar.
But what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning, many times. Wah! Peppino is right. The man is a photograph. He is someone different to the man we held captive at night.
Order, order, order! It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
Yeah, and we know who it is. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone would have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means we can't divorce its two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encounter an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie unless it's fake evidence. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi? It's an impostor, a Mogus. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. Ned? You wanna be on the other side of the aisle? Then you're gonna have to with me calling you a Ned, Kazuma. I don't care that you're my best friend boyfriend who died and then came back. You don't. I do this treatment with Edward. You're gonna have to deal with it. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification, who probably took it from him? Like, come on.
Z, that's alright. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from the pillar to a post with the goat collar.
Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say, huh?
So who was the false inspector? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park, posing as Inspector Gregson? see. No, not you. You. Hi.
Take that!
Hello. It's a pleasure. It's been a while. Goodness me! Isn't that? One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerbys, and took a lot of my money because you guys insisted that I pay him.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Huh? See, this man is not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking for the twisted lip league, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. What are you gonna do? You're gonna bite your thumb at me next? Bitch. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains during his testimony earlier. I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the sun. Take that, bitch. He's hiding something and I don't like it. Order, order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom and whack his balls. Immediately. Especially the ball whacking. Yeah, there it is. See? Yep. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Ah, what's going on here, eh? I've always had this in me. It's a vermin, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. I am the son of an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rosso and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in a big trouble, I couple. That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Yeah, that did a little dilatation, that's for sure. Is that what they say in English? I will need to check. I guess it's dilation. Now that I think about it, I'm dumb. I forget how to translate words. The man who claimed to be an imposter that day was definitely not this man. It's right, see, you think we would forget those grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I'm not interested in any red-headed league. I'm alone in the world, me, I'm not trained for or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, does it look like I could carry off these guys with a face like this? Well, I do remember, I don't remember the title, but I think the I don't remember if this was the exact title anyway, but it is the tale of the man with the twisted lip, I think it was called, something like that. So yeah, that twisted lip is the disguise, so as a matter of fact, yeah, I think you can carry a disguise because you're wearing one right now, you know? It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. I hate the French and the Italians. Alright, I'm just a simple peddler. Remember, Fresno Street is all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, Counsel. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Susato. You're the only one who cares. Even my boyfriend has abandoned me. Damn it, Kazuma. Why do you like this? Why do you do this to me?
Hold it!
Okay. So, you'd heard of the red-headed League, had you?
Yeah, I know I lost it for nothing, eh? My business to know what's going on in town. I saw that Ice-T TV to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I haven't got sandwich to cut up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? Maybe he was a redhead when he was younger.
But as you can see, my own has not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, friends assist my patch. You won't catch me sliding off to some other part of town. Not said, not likely.
Frenchman, do you have something to say?
Mr. De Rousseau. Can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something.
To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes?
I visited a house in Angel on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What? Mr. Gossip, with a housing agent?
He had some kind of contract in his hand and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never let friends see me, like I said before. You're mistaking me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, the cop was right. I remember that too. He was paying the man without the banknotes.
With notes.
Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers.
And what name was written, Mr. Gossip?
No, this a man he likes. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Huge Boone. Huge Bone, even, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
I know it's Huge Boone, but like Huge Bone is so much funnier to me.
No! About TV information, like I said, on Fresno Street. And that's that.
Yeah, except that Huge Boone / Huge Bone is the guy that is renting the apartment where Gregson was found dead. So you're in kind of a big, you're kind of like in a problematic position right now, sweetie. You're in big shit.
I'm much liable talking about my personal life.
Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. No! I hate when the judge is dumb. Like, remember we talked about Huge Boone lately? Like, earlier, on the first half of the trial. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections. Excuse me?
Objection!
Yeah, thanks. 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 Oh, Jesus Christ. If nobody objected, I was gonna lose my mind. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious. Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Huge Boon. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, Don't act like you have a huge dumpy by doing that pose. So your real name is Hugh Boo. I guess it's Hugh, but like Huge Boo. Come on, it's Huge Boo. I used to think outside of light of love me on trumpet, but there's no finer better of thieves in towns. See, the thing is that that's a fake name too, because if this is based on that one story of the man with the twisted lip or whatever, like that's not even his real name. He's this guy. He's Daily Vigil. Like he's the like you have to know the story. Like you have to know a little bit of the story to make the connection, but clearly it's not gonna be his actual name because already Huge Boon is like that's not. Come on. Come on. Nobody's gonna believe that's a real name. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fully non-Bank Street townhouse. You do. And once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar heads in there last time. If either of us is a vulgar, it's not a me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a TV peddler as far as everyone is concerned, not us. This motherfucker. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. I continue to insist. Huge Bone is funnier to me, even though it's clearly Huge Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder skull that Yer has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along. Yeah. I rented a room when I felt I was fun, it's true. For what difference it makes. Yeah, about that.
Objection!
About that. If you have no kinfolk as you put it, then explain why is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. I presume as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a pug. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself a part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face.
would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Huge Boone?
Can you stop doing that? Good. Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court?
That's a yes. If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be...
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be.
My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No, please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who simply goes by the name of Gossip on the street? Yeah, about that, here.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband, even though he will, disappear only a day ago, which usually you have to wait a little more than 24 hours, but let's leave that aside. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Miss Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence, for the record. No, just hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about. Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once, and whack that man's balls also. Mr. Son, Mr. De Rossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. No, stop. Get off. Don't. Well, that happened. Boop. Well, he has very impressive eyelashes. Well, this is awkward. At least Miss Vigil is not gonna find out about this from us. I assume Sholmes is gonna have to tell her about it later, when he gets to see her again. Also, Sholmes owes us for solving this case for him. Like, we fixed this for him. Now he can get his payment shit.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Leave your head, sir, so the court can see your face. This is a depressed man.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court, have you seen this mine before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary!
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi in the park, was you disguised as an inspector. Or rather,
was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as a chief warder at Barclay Prison. A chief warder. Then your career had promise. Wow, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle at Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. Kazuma's brain cells trying to work this out, while I'm already kind of like, yeah, I think he's related to all of this because he was related to the professor case 10 years ago. Like, Kazuma's just trying to make it work, and I'm like, I'm 10 step ahead from you, honey. So where did Mr. Huge Boone come from? That's what you're asking? That's what you're asking! Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Okay? As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. The times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagement at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder of Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failures, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Huge Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. It was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. Well, that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. Make such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at a 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. Have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of someone misbegotten employment. Yeah, see, here's where I think it connects. Because whatever happened for the events 10 years ago in the prison with like, which what seems to be Genshin Asogi not getting hanged, like not, you know, not getting executed, and then seemingly escaping through a connection between the prison and the cemetery, and then being seen by Trevor and getting killed, and from the flashback, the little image flashback that we get, getting shot by someone who was with Strongheart, because he was stronger than another person, and it seems like the other person took the shot. I'm guessing he's either getting paid or he's blackmailing. It's one or the other here. Like, someone is keeping him silent Or someone, or he's blackmailing someone with this information. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. Huh. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Voon and began my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? Well, I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? Well, I guess that explains it. It was Gregson. We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Arsis tomorrow and take the statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. Oh, so that's how... That's why he kept most of the stuff that he did a secret on the yard, because otherwise people could ask. Like, people could just ask, like, did you see Gregson? And he's like, yeah, he was here. And it's like, he's not actually Gregson. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquishing his identification in your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not to point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and then went, as instructed, out to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Okay. Alright. Everyone's honest reaction to this. So it was Gregson. But, see, here's the deal. I don't understand what Gregson's thing is in this situation. Because, if I'm assuming correctly, that the entire thing with the sorry, my mic. I hit. I hope that wasn't too bad. Here's the deal. If we assume, which I believe this to be true, that the entire thing with the professor was actually Strongheart's doing, like, I don't know why Genshin Asogi had to be the scapegoat, and I don't know why Clint Van Ziek had to die. But I don't think Kazuma's dad would have done that. Like, I don't see what that would happen. I could believe he killed one person. I could believe he killed Clint, and then all of the others murdered by the professor were done by someone else. probably under the orders of Strongheart, because all that I see is Strongheart just trying to get to the position of like Attorney General, whatever. Like this man wants power. He's eliminating targets by eliminating members of the nobility who could take those positions from him, or who already have those positions that he wants. That makes sense to me. And since, let's say he actually did it, since Asogi killed Clint, he's basically a good scapegoat. Like, excellent racist scapegoat, we just blame the Japanese for it. So that happens. Then the question is, what the fuck happened in the prison for him to have escaped and then immediately get shot on the cemetery that is attached to the prison? Because we know that it's attached to the prison. It's a hospital, the prison, and then the cemetery. So, and by the by the scene that we see then from last case, Strongheart was there. So it was Strongheart, whoever shot Asogi, Drebber, and Asogi himself. So all of these runs back to Strongheart. I can only assume, because of the end of the first case in the end of the last case in the first game, that Gregson is clearly working for Strongheart. And Strongheart clearly wants him dead because of the note we saw at the beginning of, at the end of the last game also, which was Kazuma's entire thing. That I'm pretty sure that the idea was that he would kill this guy and the other bitch who died in Japan would kill Wilson. And Wilson is dead, and she died because of a Japanese nationalist who has nothing to do with it. And Kazuma is just here, I guess. So somebody had to kill Gregson. Someone killed Gregson, probably under Strongheart's orders, and if not his direct orders, then his indirect orders. Like, is someone related to the entire conspiracy who knew that Gregson had to die, and instead of like waiting for a good moment to do it, they just decided to do it now to, you know, deal with it. Let's just deal with it now, kind of situation. So, okay, baseline, I get it. Why does he need to eliminate Gregson when Gregson is clearly part of this entire thing? If we go by his attitude at the end of the first game, where he basically wants to try and get away with not giving the information that we need to finish that trial, like to actually get the right person convicted. And second, so clearly he's following Strongheart's orders, so clearly he's working for him. I mean, yeah, he's ahead of the tradition. No. Like, it's too direct. Even though Strongheart is his direct superior, like, he is superior to Gregson, I feel like it's too on the nose, the fact that he's following orders that directly. And then, what gets me is like, okay, yeah, he's working for him. That's fine. What gets me is the notice board. Like, completely covering notes and articles relating to victims of the Reaper. If Strongheart is the Reaper, or is at least the person making the Reaper do all the murdering that he did, and Gregson is working for him, why would he need to do this? Why would he need to be investigating about the Reaper? It makes no sense. Like, unless there's something else going on. Unless he's trying to prove something. Or he was actually, now that I think about it, he could have been planning to betray Strongheart, prove that all of those killings were he's doing, at least he's planning, if nothing else, and use that to take him down. That could have been something, and it would explain why Strongheart, being aware of this, because let's be honest, he probably would have been aware of this, would have gone out of his way to eliminate Gregson. Because otherwise, like, it makes no sense that he would do it. Like, it's kind of a waste. But I guess that's the thing that is confusing me now. Like, why? Just why? Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. What? What do you mean? Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We have clarity. It had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. Well... Order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I recall an end to this cross-examination.
Hold it!
Thank you. You're kind of a dick, Kazuma, but you're on my side, so I forgive you. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man! One moment, counsel. This is related to the current case. Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Well, yeah, he's thinking about his dead dad. His unfairly executed dad, even. What do you expect? Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know, I do understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well, but only because you're my BFF boyfriend who returned from the dead. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten! I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Yeah, that's my honest reaction to that. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. And also, did he even... He didn't leave the job. Yeah, he was relieved of his post because he violated clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons, whatever that is. You're gonna have to give me what that number means because I don't know. I don't have the Code of Conduct. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. The seal is broken, the memories resurface. Resurface rather, I can't pronounce things today, I guess. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't. Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another, that's what she said. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. Being a dick. I mean, he means to expose the truth at any cost. Don't give him those sad eyes. He's clearly in it. Like, it's fine. Don't cry for him. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Yeah, do it! Do it, coward! I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth, and if I don't do it, my client is going to jail forever, and I can't let people have to deal with Band 6 in jail. It would be too much. Like, he's just a vampire. But like, come on. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Ah, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. Dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professors. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. Yeah, I remember that from last case. The convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. He was kind of freaky. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, Well, yeah, he got shot.
A gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Yes.
Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil?
Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane.
What? Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who's seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Logate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspecting of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
I'm sorry, Daly, this is a serious business, but I cannot help you now. As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution after all, eh? Well, it seems that fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, Larry. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over.
Bro. Well, that was a little dramatic. Order, order! Bailey, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect. Well, that happened. Awkward.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Well, very, very dramatic, but still. Oh boy. All of these so one guy could get like infinite low power. Like, this is the entire thing. When you recognize that this is probably just a Strongheart could like get to Attorney General whatever position that he wants, like when you realize that that is this entire thing, like that's what this is about, it started becoming like insulting, because it's like all of these lives ruined, people killed, just so one guy can make the trains run on time. If you know what I mean. Like, that's what it is. And here's the deal. He's not even gonna make the trains run on time. That's a lie. That's what they always say, and they never do it. That's why he's a fascist dog whistle. Because not only is the thing that they used to say, it's also not true. They never make the trains run on time. On top of everything else. 2nd of November, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' suite. I still can't believe what just happened. No, I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. Understandable. 10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. I mean, there's that, but I wouldn't be surprised if he actually, like, fell and survived, that he might have had a little bit of, you know, head trauma, and that might have also helped. Like, it might have been a little bit physical as much as it was psychological. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Well, maybe a little bit. But like, we kinda need it. Oh no! Oh, Iris! Thank God that the small adorable child is back. You wear my eyes away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of shooting tea for you. Oh, thank you. You I surely have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left, and he said was I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. But the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? Well, it means something very specific, honey. Although I can only assume that he went to tell Miss Vigil that he found his husband. I can only assume that's what he did. He needs that money for the rent.
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open up your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and live well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true. That's so true, bestie. So true, bestie.
But that's what I like about Hurley after all. Otherwise, he's completely unlikable. He's so annoying.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Or Mr. Holmes? Nah, he deserves it. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
But that's gonna be for next time because we're at time. So let's save. We'll continue tomorrow. Actually, what day is it? 28. Yeah! We'll continue tomorrow. For it is Sunday 28. Anyway. Well, that happened. Thank you everybody for being here. Well, I said it, tomorrow. Yeah. We're gonna continue investigating. We're gonna see what happened with that. I am hoping that, well, I'm hoping not to die. I'm hoping that nothing severe happens. There's no bombings, there's not getting pointed at with a gun, because at this point, that's the last thing that's the first thing that comes to mind that could happen to me. And by me, I mean Renosuke. I'm gonna have to ask Van Sik for details also. I probably need to talk to him. But yeah, we're gonna see where we get to. We might not get to the end, but we're getting close. Again, I am assuming, like, counting next stream, maybe 2-3 streams at most to finish The Greatest Attorney. So we're getting there. But anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good end to your weekend and a good start to your week. And I'll see you tomorrow for more of the adventures of Renosuke Naruhodo being a terrible psychiatrist. That's not how you help people to recover lost memories of traumatic events that they've gone through. That's not a healthy way of doing it. Do not let this man give you therapy. It will not work. It might even cause you actual damage. Just saying. Just get a professional. Get someone with an actual degree. Just saying. Bye, everyone.